Okay. All right. Thank you for everybody's patience. Happy 1st of December. This is a hybrid meeting. The city council member of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091*.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091#.
Thank you. All votes on tonight's agenda will be conducted as a roll call vote. We'll now call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to roll call.
Mayor Douglas,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Madera, Councilmember Teeter,
Present.
Councilmember Chacon, Councilmember Kim,
Here.
Councilmember Dukes,
Present.
Councilmember Ford,
Here. Here.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to excuse members not present. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
So moved.
Okay. Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
Okay. Motion on the floor is to excuse members not present. I'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is now open.
Okay, it passes 4-3. All right. Okay. All right. Please join me for a moment of silence followed by a pledge of allegiance. And I'll be doing the pledge of allegiance. Please keep in mind our passing of our Senator Faith Winters and keep her family in your prayers. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Do any council members wish to amend the agenda? I need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as presented. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the agenda as present. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is now open.
Okay, that passes 7-2, excuse absence. Okay, public meeting, public comments. All public comments except for those in public hearings will occur now. If you are intended to comment about a public hearing in tonight's agenda, please refrain from doing so until the public comments for that particular hearing. Public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Person speaking, registered to speak multiple, may speak multiple times. Will the clerk please call on anybody virtual or in person, please?
There's no virtual comments.
Okay, thank you.
Our first person is going to be Jackie Valdez. Jackie, will you please approach the podium? You will have 3 minutes once your timer starts.
Good evening, council, city management.
Evening.
I don't even know what to say tonight. I've come up here several times asking for help, and it seems to be an issue of getting things addressed. So my question is what is the problem? Why are we not getting things addressed the way that they need to be addressed? One thing I can tell you is that my police department, they are there the majority of the time when we need them as much as they possibly can. Short staff still. But when you're calling and asking for certain reasons, for the drones, I'm being told that the drones, we don't have 5. We don't have 4. We have 3. And what I was told on the drones is that it is only for critical cases. It's not for anything in general area. It's not. We have officers that do have small ones that they can fly, but for the main drones, it's a short period of time of flight. It's also a short period of time of charging. That concerns me. We're paying a lot of money for this program as taxpayers. And to find out that this program is not as sufficient as they seem to think that it is, kind of concerns me. So in the near future, I'd like some answers exactly how many drones we have, how much we got coming, how many people we have watching the footage, and also how many we have that are actually flying the drones, because I've been told we only have 2. That we have 4 in training, but all along we've only had 2, and those are sergeants. We are still dealing with all that traffic. We are now dealing with alarms going off across the street, off of the west side of 68th and Colorado Boulevard, and that's not being addressed either. When they come, half the time, the alarms are off. So, and this is periodically, sporadically throughout the night. I mean, I'm talking, because I got up one night and it was actually at 1 o'clock in the morning, it was happening. I want to know why we have been surrounded with so much commercial and nothing's being addressed with this commercial. We've got the 270 project getting ready to go into place. We've been told, oh, don't worry, they're not going to come through your area. We're going to make sure that they're going to be rerouted a different way. Yeah, You will see me when this happens, I promise you. And it's not going to be a nice thing. So I want to know why we're not addressing the companies that are in our area. And I'm asking the city manager right now why this is not happening, because you guys rezoned everything to allow them to come in, but we're not addressing what these companies are doing. And they're taking over with other properties, and no one even knows.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is going to be Keith Rogers, and this will be our last one as well.
Evening, Mayor, City Council, City Management. Couple of things we need to address tonight. One, we need to turn the volume up. It is hard to hear what you guys are saying back here. So if we could turn the volume up a little bit, that would help a lot of people, I'm sure. Next thing I want to address is Of course, traffic complaints. We got people racing up and down Colorado, Albion, 68th, nothing's being done. Still, when are we gonna get some decent police in here? Can we borrow some from Adams County on their days off? Or from Denver or anywhere else? Because we need some coverage. I've got a skid mark, starts at the house next door to me, and it goes the length of 3 houses. It's been there for 6 months. Tell me he's doing 25. It's constant, all day, all night. We've got the motorcycle racing up and down the street I've complained about numerous times. Nobody sees it on the freaking cameras, so who's watching these cameras? And can we get somebody to watch cameras? It's twice a day, every day, in between 6 and 7 o'clock at night. Sometimes he's as late as 8. Every morning, 4 to 5 o'clock. He's going the other way, just full throttle every time he goes through. Somebody's gonna get killed. We need to get that addressed. Next thing I want to address is, we know we've got the money. When am I getting drainage put down on Colorado Boulevard? So I stopped getting flooded along with a few of the other neighbors. We're tired of our backyards and garages being flooded. So when's that going to happen? And it should happen soon, because you've had the money, you just had it sit somewhere else instead of putting stuff together. Again, this area down here is getting nothing done. No improvements other than over here by King Soopers, and that's, DOT. So when are we going to start getting Colorado fixed, drainage fixed, streets fixed over here by King Soopers on 85? 2 officers sitting there at the corner with an accident. People are still using the median to turn around so they can go to King Soopers. We need to get something done there too.
Thank you.
That concludes our public comments, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Okay, on to presentations. First up, E470 presentation. I will invite E470 Executive Director Joe Donahue to make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, and city management from City of Commerce City. My name is Joe Donahue. I'm the Executive Director for the E470 Public Highway Authority. I've been in this role for just about a year and a half, but I have previous experience with E470 as well. I served as their CFO from 2000 to 2012, and then came back last year in this role. Which button? Oh, I was going to say.
The one that is sitting right by your
Oh.
glasses is the one that will work. Sorry.
Okay, perfect, thank you, sorry. All right. So I'm just going to give a brief overview tonight of E470, what's going on at E470, how it's grown, but I want to really start with the history of E470 for those that don't really know why E470 exists and what we're really doing out there. So E470, as you know, is a 47-mile toll highway, runs the eastern half of a beltway that at one point they thought they would have a beltway around Denver, but it really makes up the eastern portion of it. It's an extension of C470, which was built by the state way back in the 80s. And at the time, there was really no financing to extend the loop. So they created E470. Today, we average about 155,000 drivers on the road, which is about 333,000 toll transactions. So each driver really accumulates just a couple of transactions per trip on the highway. The important thing about E470 is it's locally controlled and owned, which means the jurisdictions and the counties that make up the authority actually own the authority, and it's controlled by those. There's no recourse to those cities or counties. It's fully funded by toll dollars. And it was really built, and at the time when they had the idea to build E470. It was built knowing that this was going to be a corridor for growth in the future. So the governance of E470, it's made up of the 3 counties, Douglas, Adams, and Arapahoe counties, and then the 5 cities of, starting in the south, Parker, City of Aurora, Brighton, Commerce City, and then Thornton make up the voting membership of the authority. And each of these jurisdictions, as you know, has a member that is selected by your council to sit on our board, and those members today are Mayor Douglas and also Councilmember Teeter as an alternate. In addition to those 8 voting members, we have 5 non-voting members, which are made up of Weld County, City of Greeley, City and County of Broomfield, City of Arvada, and then Lone Tree. But then we also have representation by CDOT, which is represented by CTIO, the Colorado Transportation Infrastructure Office, and then DRCOG, Regional Air Quality Council, and RTD. Again, those are non-voting members, but they are in all the board meetings that they want to be, and they can opine on things that are happening. But again, the important thing is all the decisions are locally controlled. The history of E470 is it dates back to 1988. In 1988, there was a contract between Adams, Arapahoe, and Douglas County. I believe Arapahoe County actually financed it. It was actually financed through Arapahoe County until the Public Highway Authority Act was passed, at which point then the authority took over the debt. And it was created really in preparation for the growth on the east side of Denver metro area. But it was designed to be self-sustaining transportation infrastructure that wasn't going to require tax dollars to continue to fund it. Little timeline, 1988, the authority was formed. In 1991, the first section of the road was built, which went from I-25 to Parker Road, and it stayed that way until about the mid-90s, like 97, 98. The biggest portion of it opened from Parker Road to 120th Avenue, and then in 2003, from 120th to I-25 was completing the Beltway. In 2009, E470 went away from its traditional tolling of collection of cash and electronic tolling through Express Toll, and eliminated the cash collection and went to all electronic tolling as we are today. And at that time also, E470 started its first major expansion to ultimately build the road out to 6 lanes through the whole corridor, and ultimately to 8 lanes is the ultimate configuration of the authority or the highway. And so that, like I said, that process started about 15 years ago, and we were in the process of, we just finished extending the widening up to 104th Avenue. Next year, we actually have a contractor on board. We'll start constructing from 104th Avenue to US 85. We'll go to 6 lanes, and then immediately following that, we'll go from US 85 to I-25 will be 6 lanes. So understanding where a toll dollar goes, right now, 28 cents of a dollar goes to paying the debt. We have about $105 million debt payment a year. 20 cents goes to just operations maintenance, toll collection, maintaining the road is the biggest piece of it, and then long-term investment. And so 52 cents of every dollar we raise goes right back to the highway. And so all that money stays in the authority. There's no private investors. There's no equity shares to anybody. The only people that are making money is potentially you in your retirement fund. You may own some E470 bonds as part of a fund you have in your retirement, but it's just interest. It's just interest on bonds. But the biggest thing is the design of E470 was to maintain itself, but then also be able to fund future capacity. The debt we're paying on today, and there's still about $1.2 billion outstanding, was the initial financing to build the first 47 miles, 2-lane configuration in each direction with limited interchanges. There was a master plan in existence that's being executed even now to build it ultimately to an 8-lane highway, 4 lanes in each direction, with full interchanges at I-70 and I-76, and then additional interchanges along the way. And the ones most near and dear to Commerce City are 88th Avenue, completing that half diamond, and then also another interchange at 112th Avenue. A full diamond interchange there is in the plans or will be built in the future when the time comes. E470, it's been critical in the development and the economic development in eastern Denver metro area. For the longest time, most of the growth was down in the southeast corridor, down in Parker and southeast Aurora, and it's now advanced very quickly north of I-70. You see it out there with the Aerotropolis, with Aurora Highlands. There's several big developments out there, and it's just continuing north as Commerce City continues to grow and Thornton continues to grow. And we're prepared to, continue to invest in the highway to support that capacity out there. In addition to, funding what we need, we definitely partner with our member jurisdictions where applicable and where we can legally. One of those examples is what we did down in Aurora Highlands. As that development came into existence, there was no interchange at what was 38th Avenue. It was basically a dead-end road. We had a toll plaza there. We also had a maintenance facility there. We moved the maintenance facility, we relocated the toll plaza, and we built that big interchange you see on the right-hand side of the screen. And E470 invested about $80 million into that, in addition to building a $42 million maintenance facility to relocate the one that we had. But that's just one example of partnering with the jurisdictions. We've partnered with building trails up along our corridor all the way up to 88th Avenue now. We're partnering with Parker to expand an interchange there. We've been in negotiations with the city of Commerce City to build out the 88th Avenue interchange and the 112th interchange when that time comes. And so we're prepared to continue those partnerships. And in fact, the board has a policy and a resolution that they operate under that allows them to disperse money to these jurisdictions. More importantly, the things about E470 that we strive for is it's a safe, dependable highway. And we really pride ourselves in the safety of the highway. Over the years, we've invested a lot of money into, we put cable barrier down the middle of the road. Our most serious accidents come from crossover accidents, so we ensure that cars don't cross over. If they get sliding on the ice, they don't come into oncoming traffic. We've installed deer fencing to keep animals off the road as much as possible, but we also are monitoring that road 24/7. We have a traffic management center that's manned 24/7, and we can surveil the entire road. We've actually just invested some new technology into that system it's called an advanced traffic management system that actually uses AI technology looking at the cameras, and it'll tell us if there's debris on the road or if there's a stopped vehicle, or if there's an incident, it'll alert someone in our traffic management center. We've got roadside assistants that we can dispatch out there, and we also are tied directly into the state patrol, and we can dispatch state patrol out there as quickly as we need to as well. And so that's just another way to ensure that there's no debris on the road, there's no cars stopped in traffic, and we can get those cars off the road to keep it safe. The biggest thing, since I've come on board is, E470's been around a long time, the system's been around a long time, and we're seeing customers' expectation and how they deal with us has changed. And so we're spending a lot of time in investing in not just technology, but in our processes and how we deal with our customers. We're trying to come up with better ways to communicate with customers, more efficient ways. As you know, you may not even look at your mail. We send a lot of mail, but it's not really an effective way to communicate with customers anymore. And so we're trying to find ways to use technology, just like many of the other services that you receive. Enhanced customer service. We're trying to find ways that you can self-serve yourself, either through a website or an app. In fact, we're getting ready to launch here probably in the next 30 to 60 days, a new Express Toll website that is much more intuitive, much more user-friendly, and over the next 12 to 24 months, we'll be adding features to that, things like being able to dispute toll transactions. If you get a bill and it's not you, you can manage that online and not have to contact a customer service agent. The ability to just see those transactions. Right now, we're very limited in what we can display on our website, but the goal is you can go in there and look at the transactions. You can click all the way down and see the image and verify that that's your vehicle or not your vehicle, because there are times where we misread a license plate, and that's most of the calls that we take are customers that receive a bill because we read an I as a 1. And so it'll obviously bill the wrong customer. We rectify those problems as quick as we can, but we want to make it even easier for customers to handle those things so they don't need to take their time and sit on the phone. Improved technology. We have a National Tolling Security Committee that we started. We have a gentleman that works for us. He's highly certified in cybersecurity, had done some time with the FBI and the NSA, and he actually helped over the summer. There was a big smishing campaign. I think you may have seen it on our signs, and lot of, fraudulent text messages, and they were targeting Express Toll customers even though they were not in our system. And he was actually able to run some of those people down. It led to arrests across the country. So using that, the advanced traffic management system, as I talked about, we've implemented improving our license plate reading technology and accuracy to alleviate some of the errors that are made. And then just more reliable account access, as I said, through the website and in the future a mobile application, which will include the dispute resolution and ability to take care of fees and things like that. So our partnerships, E470 over the years, there was a mandate many years ago by the federal government to create national interoperability, meaning you can use your Express Toll transponder in any state in the union that is tolling, and it's taken a lot of time for those agencies across the country for a lot of reasons. Technology was disparate for a lot of years, and it's just taken a long time to get those systems to be able to communicate. And so over the last decade, there's been a lot of advancement, and they really broke the country down into what they call these hubs. And you can see that in the map. They've got the central hub, the southeast hub, the northeast hub, and the western hub. Right now, we are interoperable with Colorado, with Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. So any of those roads in those states, if you were to drive down there with your Express Toll transponder, those tolls would be put on your account here. And same thing, if you have an account in Texas, you drive in Colorado, those tolls would go there. And most recently, we became interoperable with Florida, which is the southeast hub. So if you're driving in Florida on one of the Florida Turnpike roads, your Express Toll transponder would work there. We're in the process of working with the Northeast Hub, which is E-ZPass, and anybody that's familiar with New York, New Jersey, the whole E-ZPass system, it's a gigantic system. There's 27 or 28 agencies that are part of that organization, and we're working to become interoperable with them. So that will be a huge accomplishment when we get that done. But here in Colorado, you also can use your transponder on any toll facility in the state of Colorado, whether it be run by E470 or the CTIO Express lanes or the Northwest Parkway or Plenary, which runs the US 36 Express lanes. We do all the back office processing for all of those agencies with the exception of Northwest Parkway. We do not do their video billing. But if you have an Express Toll transponder, that transponder will work on any of those express lanes and the tolls charged would go to that account. Same thing on the license plate toll side. If you don't have a transponder and you get tolls on I-25 express lanes or I-70 express lanes, and then on E-470, those would all be compiled onto a single bill. And one of the changes we're making pretty imminently is to improve that statement so that when you see it, you can actually see which roadway you were on, because that does create a lot of confusion when customers get that and they call us and say, we were driving on your road and it was just Express Toll sent the bill and they call E470, but we're making it so that it's really clear on which facility you were driving on. Lots of benefits to that. In Colorado, we've got about 2.5 million, 3 million transponders on the street right now, and so it doesn't make a lot of sense to have a second transponder out there. Makes it really easy for the customer. You drive the road, you get your tolls. It's that easy. You don't need to figure out whose account it's with, which one do I need to have. And so it just makes it a really convenient and seamless process. There are some changes coming, and we're coordinating with CTIO now. They're wanting to maybe go in a different direction, but we're working very closely with them to see if we can kind of keep this thing buttoned up and continue to make it easy for the customers in Colorado so that they don't need to figure out which agency they need to be dealing with. These are the services. Like I said, we do almost everything for every agency and facility in the state with the exception of Northwest Parkway, and it does say powered by VINCI. That is a private toll road, which is different than E470. It's not, Northwest Parkway is not governed by the Northwest Parkway Public Highway Authority. It's actually controlled by VINCI, which is a private organization. And that's where there is a lot of confusion in Colorado, and that's one of the things that we're trying to really quell is that we are not a private organization. We're a government entity. We're formed under state legislation, and we're controlled by the local government. So, we're not making decisions on our road that's going to impact the communities that your members or other members that sit on our board are not in favor of. When you look at sort of the volume of all the toll transactions in the state of Colorado, E470 still processes, has most of them on E470. CTIO is growing as their footprint grows a little bit. They'll grow a little bit more as they open up some lanes up north into Meade, up north towards Fort Collins. but their capacity is still very limited. They're one lane in each direction, so they can only put so much on there. Same thing with Plenary. They run the US 36 corridor. They're pretty limited in how big they'll grow, and Northwest Parkway is, again, it's an 11-mile toll road. But again, we're adding capacity and we're seeing tremendous growth. We're growing at a rate of about 5 to 7% a year for the last 3 years. So just to sort of wrap it up with E470, you know, we're community-led, we're guided by the local governments and by what the local communities want us to do. Self-funded, there's no reliance on tax dollars or public dollars. The money that is made by E470 stays at E470 and continues to feed the needs of the communities for transportation. Economically vital, you know, E470, there's been billions of dollars invested in you know, housing and businesses and jobs in our corridor. And we've actually already invested over $2.5 billion back into E470 since we first built it. You know, as we've gone to 6 lanes and added interchanges, there's a lot of reinvestment that's already happened, not to mention just keeping the pavement maintained and keeping it smooth and keeping it free of ruts and things like that. And then we're built for growth. I mean, the whole intent of E470 is as it grows, we're equipped to continue to grow to meet the needs of the communities. So with that, I'll answer any questions, and my contact information is up here, as well as Shelby Costello, who's sitting back here. She's in charge of our public relations and public affairs and community outreach at E470, but I'll definitely entertain any questions.
Thank you, Executive Director Donahue. Any council members have questions? Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Joe, for the presentation. The only question I have, I think you kind of touched on a little bit, was regarding the trail system. I remember last year the trail system was actually being built out surrounding the paralleling E470. Do you know what the current status of that is?
So we are built, our trail right now goes up to about 64th, and we've been working with City and County of Denver to cross Pena Boulevard, and we have a route through there now, so we'll get it all the way up to 88th, and then as we continue the widening, we'll continue to build that trail up to US 85. And I think the plan is we're going to connect into the Adams County Regional Park, and we've actually, I think we've got some money set aside to help them build out that trail system through Adams County Park and then run it along E470 as well. So we do intend to continue to build that trail. As we widen the road, that's when we tend to put the trail in.
Copy that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the presentation. I have a few questions, particularly because you brought up things that I didn't anticipate.
Okay.
One of them was you described 88th and 112th as interchanges near and dear to Commerce City. And I would have said perhaps 104th and 120th would be what my constituents would be interested in if there was an interchange at all. But I'm curious, why are 88th and 112th important?
There's no access from those roads onto E470 right now.
Okay, so it would simply be for access.
Right, we would add ramps. So you can cross over at those. There's a bridge over E470, but there's no access on. So we would be adding ramps to get onto E470 at those. 120th and 104th already have ramps, and we'll expand those as needed. As the growth continues out there, we'll partner and widen those. In fact, we're working with City of Thornton right now to widen Quebec.
What's the timing, excuse me. What is the timing of the Sable?
Sable is under construction. We'll have that open by next year, or third quarter next year is the plan to have that open.
That'll be really great.
Yeah.
And has there ever been, what consideration has been given to residents who live along E470 and getting a lower rate on tolls?
There's always conversation about discount programs for various reasons, and various citizens, whether it be people that live along E470 or, you know, public safety people, whatever. Our goal at E470 is to really make it as inexpensive as possible for everybody. And so, you know, we're looking at our long-term financial plan now, and I do believe there's going to be opportunity for us to lower tolls substantially over the next decade. If we can set up, we have to just sort of restructure our financing long-term. But the goal is to really make it affordable for all. I don't really see a time where we would take the tolls off, only because as soon as we do that, we lose the ability to maintain it. And so it's really, the goal is to make it be the perfect enterprise, that it just generates what it needs. And so we just really want to lower what that need is in the future.
Are trucks getting a discount, semi-trucks?
We do have a program, but that's very limited certain times of the day, and the whole idea was to sort of keep them out of the peak periods. And so we give them a discount during, sort of outside, like middle of the day timeframe.
And I have noticed the trail building out, which is really wonderful, with one exception. There aren't shade structures or lightning buildings or any of that kind of thing. And as I was driving by during the summer in particular, because I have family up in Southlands, and there's really no easy way to get to Southlands but E470, never saw anyone on the trail because it was just so hot.
Yeah.
Has there been consideration of structures?
We've never been asked that, but it's certainly something we would consider. I mean, if there was a demand for it, we could certainly, invest into that.
Because it would be great to see it used.
Yeah, we could definitely look into that.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Joe, for the presentation. And a couple questions, but thank you for the history of it. As a Colorado native, it was good to hear and see some of the history, because we drive it all the time, but giving the background and context helps. There's a couple things that you mentioned around growth, anticipated growth, which is one of the reasons why it expanded from the number of lanes it was to about 6 now. Is there more information we can find out around the initial thinking around the growth around E470, so that we can, as we think about as a city, how we expand or what we could look at?
I mean, we typically, when we're doing our growth projections, we have consultants that work with your planning department to really see what are you planning and understanding what that impact is going to be on us. But we do regular studies, and we take information from DRCOG, as well as, like I said, most of the planning departments and all the jurisdictions as far as what you're seeing as far as growth. And we're really just positioning ourselves to stay ahead of that. We don't ever want to be in a position where there's congestion, and we're actually experiencing some of that now, and so we're trying to accelerate our program a little bit to get out in front of it. And so what we look at is when we think the volumes are going to be at a certain level, that's when we want to be built, and not wait till it gets to that level and then have to deal with the congestion.
And then with those surveys, do you look at it by segments, I'm assuming? So you probably look at Parker, look at Denver and Aurora, and then you probably look at Commerce City. Is there a way to determine where we're at in comparison to the other cities around, I guess, density or usage around E470?
We do. We sort of break it down into what they call traffic activity zones, and then they talk about what the demographic growth is going to be as far as, residential build out, business build out, those type things. And so we could certainly share that information. We're actually just getting ready to start a full investment grade report that will take all that information and compile and then really to show what the impact's going to be on our traffic.
Okay.
But we can share those findings with the city for sure.
Yeah, I'll be interested in that report. Does it show access to like commercial and retail as it expands? Or I imagine you use that report to share it with commercial and retail folks.
Yeah, and I could tell you just generally, the growth in the northeast quadrant of the metro area is exceeding all the other areas in the metro area. It's much faster right now than it even southeast has been. It's exceeding that.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess my last question is around, traffic's always a big hot topic wherever you go. And so I'm curious around those who are living around E470, are they finding it more convenient to take E470, and do you have surveys that show that versus coming in town? I guess my question is around the density around it. Is it more convenient for folks to live around it and to use it? Or do you have customer surveys that say, we prefer a different route?
I think most of the surveys, and we do an annual customer survey as well to really understand what customers are thinking and what they would like to see us do different. And most of the feedback we're getting is it's to get them out of traffic.
Yeah.
They'll use it as an alternative, and it's dependable. And that's sort of our goal, is to be dependable. You're always going to see traffic on the road, but we want it to be when you get on the road, like it's going to be 20 minutes from here to there. And that's sort of what we're trying to stay ahead of. But I'd be willing to share the survey results too, if that would be.
Yeah, it would be helpful, because what I'm hearing you say is dependable, and it gets you out of traffic. So what that means to me, or what I'm hearing, is that folks are choosing to probably drive it versus like have more congestion inside certain cities, right? Is
Right.
that kind of,
Yeah.
so it actually helps traffic flow in some ways?
Yeah, and one of the things we actually did is we, sort of going back to the commercial truck question, we actually became a hazmat route. And part of that was because several of the cities said, we want to get these trucks that are hauling fuel and stuff off the local streets as much as possible. So we got dedicated as a hazmat route so trucks can use our route as well. And so again, that's another thing is, we want to get that traffic off your local arterials. I mean, you want people to use your services and use your city, but to get from point A to point B, if they can use E470, we want to make that as affordable as possible, but as dependable as possible as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Joe, and I also appreciated hearing the history. Again, we moved here over 21 years ago, so we've been watching things progress, so it was great to hear the history again. You just answered my question about the hazardous materials being routed on that. So are those vehicles given some kind of incentive to take E470?
That's the reason why we did the discounted toll rates certain times of the day as well, to, again, incentivize them to get off the local roads and to use our roads. But what we have found, and our commercial truck traffic has grown from about 10% to almost 25% now. And a lot of that's sort of the development we're seeing out there south of DIA. But I think we're also seeing, these are very time-sensitive vehicles, and they are finding it worth their time. The money's worth it for them to be able to get from point A to point B and not get stuck in traffic.
That's great. Well, thank you for taking that on. Also excited to hear about 112th and 88th becoming access ramps, and of course, Sable opening next year. That's exciting to hear. Is there any possibility that they'll be doing I'm very much interested in the business build-out, because that's one of the things that I would like to see more of, economic development and using the fact that we are so close to E470 and the airport. I would like to see how we could make that a part of our growth projections for Commerce City. So if we could somehow work closely with you on that, I would definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, I would welcome any conversations on how we can partner. I mean, that's the one thing that's been really important to me as I've come in, is really partnering with the communities, the jurisdictions specifically that control E470, because we're here to benefit those jurisdictions, but we're also even thinking even a little more regional, because the customers that drive E470 are not just from Commerce City or Brighton,
Right.
but they're coming from Fort Collins or Colorado Springs, depending on where they're coming from. But we're also seeing traffic, which is new. When I was here 15 years ago, we didn't see traffic coming from the east getting on E470, but as we see it develop east towards Bennett and Deer Trail and Strasburg, I mean, people are living that far east and commuting in, and they're using our road as the first big major north-south access. And so
Absolutely.
that's the reason why we're really looking closely at interchanges at I-70 and I-76 as well, because we don't have fully directional interchanges there yet, but those are major projects we have to look at in the next 10 years.
So I'll leave that to Mayor Douglas to work closely with you if that's possible. There was one more thing about, there was a slide that was showing the serious accidents and the, I don't know if we can reference that again. Was that for a year? That was for 2024.
Right.
So the 11 that are cited for E470, those are fatalities?
3 were fatalities, 11
All right.
serious accidents. And I can honestly say, I mean, dare I say it, we have not had a single fatality this year on our road.
Well, it's a well-traveled road, so, it's just a fact of life that accidents happen, so. But those are reasonable numbers in my opinion, so.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Joe, for coming in and expounding on the history and our relationship with E470.
Yeah, you're welcome. Well, and I welcome any other questions or any follow-up, just reach out to me or work with your mayor and he'll ask me.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shelby. Okay, up next, oil and gas monthly update. I'll invite Melanie Mascaro, Sustainable Manager, to introduce these items.
Hi, good evening. I'm Melody Mascarenas. I'm the Energy Equity Environment Sustainability Manager. This is the oil and gas update. Oh, you can't hear me? Am I not talking loud enough? Okay, sorry about that. I always seem to have this
I
problem.
think it might be the equipment, too.
Okay, all right. I have a kind of a low voice. So, all right, starting over again, I'm Melody Mascarenas. This is the oil and gas update. There are currently no applications under review for oil and gas. E3 received several oil and gas notices from Energy and Carbon Management Commission, which is ECMC, over the last month for 3 sites: TR Ranch, which is in Commerce City, HSR Lawson, and HSR Lennon, unincorporated Adams County. Each of the sites sent notifications about move-in, rig-up, and start of plugging and abandonment operations over the month of November. Locations are on the following slide. So the TR Ranch is on the left here. That's at 118th and Tower, approximately over there, you can see. Then the other 2 sites, HSR Lawson is at the top right there near E470, and HSR Lennon is on the bottom right of the slide. Adams County oil and gas updates. This is from from Greg Dean with Adams County. He provided us this information. Adams County sent E3 memorandum they produced and provided to the Board of County Commissioners about a study on cumulative human health risk assessment of regional ozone and VOCs, volatile organic compounds, from unconventional oil and gas sites in Colorado's Front Range. The study largely mentioned 3 sites in or adjacent to the city and county of Broomfield and evaluated setbacks for distance. The results of the study reaffirmed that the county's regulations are more stringent, this is Adams County's regulations, are more stringent from the state regulations and appear to sufficiently address the health impacts to residents from oil and gas operations. CDPHE's Air Pollution Control Division has some public meetings coming up, so this is an update on that. It is releasing 2 new rule concepts and holding upcoming public meetings on both, with options to attend the meetings in December and January. The 2 rules are about potential changes to emission reports, requirements, and permit fees, and potential changes to lawn and garden equipment requirements. APCD, Air Pollution Control Division, is also holding meetings on potential changes to greenhouse gas emissions and energy management, also called GEM, in manufacturing rule for GEM 1 and 2 facilities in December and January. And you can find the link to all those meetings, which is right here. There's registration you have to do. This is the environmental exceedance report for Suncor from the reporting period from September 15th to October 15th. We had 2 reportable events. The first one on September 17th was a release of distillate product, which was repaired And that was 1 BBL, which is actually 42 US gallons. And then September 30th, 2025, there was another exceedance out of outfall 020A, and that was for arsenic, and that was slightly above this, the limit of 7 at 8 UGL micrograms per liter.
Any council members have questions?
Questions?
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much, Mayor Douglas. I have a question. It's not technically part of your report, but it was recently reported that Commerce City is in an oil and gas moratorium, or has been for 2 years. And to my knowledge, that is not the case. Is there someone who could address that, please?
City Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. That's a great question, Mayor Pro Tem. No, the city is not in an oil and gas moratorium. What we have in place are land use requirements and regulations that would guide any application that would be submitted to the city for review and ultimately a decision made by the council. Since the adoption of those rules and regulations, we have not received any applications to go through that process.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to clear that up, that misinformation. Appreciate it.
Okay. Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you for the presentation. I attended a session where it was on air quality with the county that was at Eagle Point, and there were air purifiers that were distributed to the attendees. There were 3 employees who really wanted to participate in that, and they weren't able to, but they were really interested in getting the air monitors. I've had people from the community who have asked about the availability of those air purifiers and what they might have to do to get those. They're facing health problems as far as their breathing is concerned. And so I was wondering if there's any way that we can work something out to, I don't know how many of the air monitors are left. I know that there was something mentioned that night about the 3 employees who were really interested in that, who live in Commerce City. But also with the distribution of the remainder, is there some way that we can set up some kind of like an online program where they could do the class online and then therefore qualify for getting an air purifier? Can we consider something like that? Is that?
We plan to have another event in early
Okay.
spring and give out more purifiers, so I'll get the name of those employees, the Commerce City residents
Okay.
that you mentioned.
All right, but there are other people who are residents who have inquired about them, who really feel like they are in need of them. So if we could maybe think about some way that we could get those out, because they don't do anybody any good sitting in a storage at all. And so when people are in need, I think that we need to find a way to get them distributed. So just food for thought, and if we could address that, that would be awesome. Okay, thank you.
We will.
City Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Douglas. Let me take that under advisement and talk with our team and see what's applicable or appropriate, what we can do in the interim while we're continuing to work through the long-term solution of what's happening next spring. But we'll have an internal conversation.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I had a question about the Air Pollution Control Division. On the ruling for the Gym 1 and 2, there recently has been EPA changes on the federal side. And how does that affect any kind of ruling going forward with the Gym 1s and Gyms 2? If you don't know, I could find out. I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, we'll look into that and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, on to consent agenda. Consent agenda items include items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of the council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion, separate vote. Tonight, there are 3 items in consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove any items? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yes, thank you for not letting you know previously, but I'd like to pull Resolution 2025-170, please.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members? All right, I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Councilmember Teeter,
I move for approval as amended.
Councilmember Kim,
Second.
will the clerk read the titles and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the November 17, 2025 regular meeting. Resolution 2025-176, a resolution appointing members to designated board and commission of Commerce City. Your vote is now open.
Thank you. Okay, that passes 7 with 2 excused absences. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Noble, you asked to remove resolution 2025-170.
Thank you very much, yes. I removed this resolution because we're moving forward on several different ways on water-wise programs involving sustainability, and there is a need for clarity for HOAs in particular about what our rules are. And I think that we have a big disconnect in terms of what we are communicating to the community as well as the HOAs. I'm sure that there are many members of the community who are aware that the state government had allowed the use of gray water that had previously been prohibited. This resolution calls for the city to again prohibit the use of gray water. That is until there is some arrangement with South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. I want to be clear that our residents take precedence over any other organization. And what we need for this community when it comes to sustainability issues and not using water that in particular we have to pay for, is important as well. So I would like to be sure, City Manager Rogers, that this issue is coming back before us very quickly. The resolution says that we will be negotiating with South Adams County Water and Sanitation District, I believe. Is that
City Manager
my
Rogers?
reading correct?
That is correct. I look at it as more of a collaborative effort on ensuring the adoption of any language that would be associated with our land development code, takes into account their concerns as well as any that we may have as far as a process that works with all partners and as well as the necessary regulatory steps. That being said, Libby Tart from our Equity, Environment, and Energy Division can speak on some of the more specificities, but yes, there will be a reintroduction of language to the council for consideration within the appropriate regulatory document, that being the Land Development Code, after we've been able to navigate that discussion with our water provider being the district.
Well, I just want to suggest that on a policy level, which is what the city council oversees, we have been very straightforward about our desire for sustainability and sustainability actions in this city, as opposed to, I understand, working collaboratively with South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. However, the overriding policy is doing things that are good for the environment and sustainable in our community. And we should also be taking into account that for many of our residents, water is very expensive for them. So that's what's important to me in terms of this resolution. In addition, communicating to the community that unlike the state, we are not going to be allowing gray water use in Commerce City.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem. I wouldn't say that we are going to be prohibiting in the long term. I think this is really to give our staff, as well as the water district, that, well, in effect, this requires some level of cooperation. I understand the policymaking perspective behind that. I think what we want to be able to do is provide you with a level of information, a level of understanding both the pros and the cons of what's being presented to you, how we plan to navigate those for the community at large, so that you're able to make an informed decision. So I look at this resolution, which is a necessary mandate at the time for prohibition, to allow for us to effectively do the research, to develop that research and analysis and those recommendations for how to bring that forward into a regulatory document that is able to meet the needs and afford the community at large the ability to be able to use gray water from that perspective. So really, we don't want to be pushed or rushed into a situation to where we haven't been able to do all of the necessary due diligence to address concerns and issues that we may be able to upfront. And this will allow for us to do that.
And when was this legislation passed?
This legislation was passed in 2024. It had an adoption period to go into effect on or before January 1st of 2026. And Ms. Tart, you can impress upon me if I'm missing anything with respect to the regulation and or the work that we've been doing with the water district for the past year.
Sure. I just wanted to say that, opting out sounds like a bad consideration, but in speaking with the water district, their water rights and the return of water into the system, because we have an alluvial system, is a challenge. So the legislation didn't really consider that sort of having to return the water into the ground. But we are a city that is very deeply dedicated to water sustainability, and you're one of those champions for this. And so gray water, you can still grab water out of your shower, your bathtub, and use it for your own purposes within your home. This is specifically opting out for gray water systems that are built into your home at the homeowner's expense or the developer's expense. And those systems require annual inspections. They require sometimes special detergents and other considerations beyond just the alluvial groundwater consideration. And so in seeking out more opinions from our sister jurisdictions, we've discovered that they also are working through all of these considerations when it comes to opting in for the gray water program. Additional staffing, additional maintenance, cost, that sort of thing. So those are the pieces that we're really having to align with in kind of the triangular fashion of working with our local public health department and the water district. But I just want to clear up that you can collect your water and water your plants with it, or flush your toilet with it, or what have you, in your home. It's just we're opting out of the system itself that would be constructed into your home, just because we really need more insight and understanding about this.
Thank you, Ms. Tart. I think it would have been a wonderful agenda item for the Water Commission. All right, what's your timeline on this then?
I can't speak on that, ma'am, without having a continued conversation. Maybe the city attorney may know in his communication with the water districts, but I can't say specifically what has been decided or discussed at the lower level.
City Attorney Zeki?
Yeah, you actually just said what I was going to suggest, which is bringing this up. I think anyone at SacWest that's listening this evening knows that they should be on notice here, that the council is interested in exploring what allowance of gray water would look like and understanding what that sort of daily procedural impact would be on the water district. So certainly something to tee up for the Water Commission. Will echo that there are other municipalities in the council communication, but other municipalities like Boulder that are going through the same sort of analysis. They want to get it done correctly. So they are also, I'm told, they are also passing resolutions to temporarily prohibit, to make sure that the process is fleshed out correctly, so that community members, constituents, what have you, aren't unnecessarily paying an undue burden because we don't have processes fleshed out in our building code and our land development code.
All right, thank you very much.
All right. Any other council members have questions?
City Attorney Zarzeki, are you suggesting then that maybe we table this for
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm sorry if I'm not being clear. So the House bill that was passed, state law, requires municipalities to opt out before the beginning of 2026, January 1st, 2026. So what a number of municipalities are doing is they're approving ordinances or resolutions temporarily. I shouldn't say temporarily. They're approving ordinances or resolutions to prohibit gray water usage, systems, I should say in particular, to allow them more time to get a system in place, a regulatory system in place, while working with their sort of neighboring jurisdictions. We have the water district that we need to deal with here. So in other words, approving the resolution would technically prohibit the use of gray water systems. That does not mean that we could not rescind that resolution in the future. I do think what I'm hearing this evening is it should be used to put pressure on the water district to start having those conversations so that this doesn't linger for 6 months, a year, 18 months, and we're continuing to prohibit gray water usage if that's something that the community is interested in doing.
okay, and would this be a system that would have to be put in place by the water district, and then it would possibly cost the residents?
I
additional
believe
funding?
so, yes. My staff attorney, Jean Gill, has been working with Libby and her team in E3, but my understanding is the uniqueness here is that SacWest has a certain type of decree. It's a type 3 decree that does not allow gray water to infiltrate into the groundwater system. So in order to allow gray water systems, you have to install a filtration system. And my understanding is that can be a very expensive endeavor, and it also requires certification. So what I'm told is that they don't have the staffing currently to do that. So those are the types of things that need to be fleshed out with the water district.
No pun intended?
Yes.
So, sorry, I thought that was humorous, but maybe I'm the only one. So what is done with the gray water now?
So currently, gray water systems are just not being installed in any of the Commerce City new homes or commercial properties, just because we have opted out prior to 2024 This is just a specific resolution that mandates that we have to state this on the record before January 1st.
Okay.
To comply with the state.
And maybe you didn't understand my question. My question is, that does not alleviate the existence of gray water. There's still gray water. What happens to that gray water now?
So we do have potable and non-potable systems. So there is a non-potable system that's up in the northern
Right.
neighborhoods, and that is not considered a gray water system.
Okay, but
I-
that doesn't mean there's not existing gray water, correct?
If there are gray water systems within the city, they were not permitted
Yeah,
by
I'm
the
not talking about the
building
system, I'm talking about the water.
Gray water.
So
City
what?
Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. So what I believe I'm hearing from you, Councilmember Douglas, is that even though we do not have systems in place,
Yes,
what is still happening to the gray water
Yes.
within our existing developments, roadways, and so forth?
yes,
That would be still required to meet various MS4 permitting for drainage either into our into our storm sewer or into our sanitary sewer, all depending upon where the collection of that runoff is being driven. I would assume that it's going mostly into our storm sewer systems and then going through the regulatory process under our allowable MS4 permit.
okay. Thank you for answering that, I appreciate it.
Any other questions? So just to clarify, if we don't prohibit the use, starting in 2026, January, new constructions companies can actually build this system into new homes if we do not pass this.
We do not have anything in our land development code or that we've adopted to allow gray water systems. So it would be another hurdle to tackle, in not opting out at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more, we'll go ahead and take a vote. In a motion and second to approve resolution 2025-170, Mayor Pro Tem Noel.
I'll move
Councilmember
to
Ford?
approve this resolution.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
Second.
Okay, resolution on the floor is to approve resolution 2025-170. I'm going to ask the clerk to read the title, take a roll call vote.
Resolution 2025-170, a resolution prohibiting the use of gray water. Your vote is now open.
Okay, that passes 7 yeses and 2 excuse absences. Okay, on to public hearings. Tonight's public hearings, a resolution approving this submission of Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, CAPR, for 2024 Community Development Block Grant Program Year. I will invite George Lewis, Community Program and Project Coordinator, presentation. Sorry. I, going off one script here, sorry. You back up here. Stated what the public hearing is. I will remind council of the following: only ask questions and gather facts. Do not express opinion or indicate how you will vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision or rely on facts developed in the hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the federal law. We'll invite the city attorney to address council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now open the public hearing, and I'll invite George Lewis, Community Program and Project Coordinator, to make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is George Lewis. I am the Community Programs and Projects Coordinator. Tonight, I'll be going over the Community Development Block Grant 2024 Program Year Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. Since 2016, the City of Commerce City has received CDBG funding from HUD in support of the development of urban communities in low to moderate income areas. Through sub-recipients and internal agencies, we provide support to low to moderate income areas of the City of Commerce City. The CDBG grant is administered through the Consolidated Plan, which is approved by Council every 5 years. At the end of each year, the city reports on the accomplishments and the progress towards the Consolidated Plan in the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, AKA the CAPER. The CAPER includes reports on resources and investments, activity performance, progression of affordable housing in our area, and citizen participation efforts. For 2024, the CDBG program was funded $409,823, and we expended $278,000. The complete allocation was not expended due to the changes in direction from leadership. Originally, we elected to pursue the Section 108 loan, but were advised not to move forward. We will continue to provide the 15% public service cap to the approved nonprofits. Above listed are our goals and outcomes for the program year 2024. The housing rehab goal is listed as 0 for the program year 2024 because the budget has now allocated $0 for housing rehab from the 2024 grant. Leadership decided to allocate funds to a sidewalk project with Public Works. The 26 households assisted were utilizing remaining previous year's funds. Above is the demographic information for the residents assisted. The public comment period started November 16th, 2025, and ended today, December 1st, 2025. Comments for the CAPER or the public hearing could have been submitted via email. The CAPER is actually available to view in office and on our website. The CAPER will be submitted to HUD before December 27th, 2025. At this point, I will open up the floor for any questions.
Thank you. Council members have questions? Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Could you go back to the slide that shows how much money we were allocated and how much? So what happened? You may have explained this and I just didn't catch it, but what happens to the difference in the amount?
So the remaining amount of funds are allocated now to a sidewalk project that we are working with Public Works to complete.
Okay, so that would be people who were in need of having their sidewalk repaired where they can't afford it? Or is this just going straight to a general fund where it's repairing sidewalks, do you know?
There is an actual project that we're working with Public Works. It's not something that necessarily would be a activity or program that people could apply for their specific sidewalk. There has been a area allocated through the need, and that's where we have designated the funds to go for this first round.
Okay, and I see Mr. Tolbert at the podium, so I'm assuming you're going to take the reins and.
Mr. Tolbert. Sorry, Mr.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. If you recall, we had hoped to get a Section 108 loan as part of our Bill C3 program. And we found out because of Tabor laws, those don't work in Colorado. And so what we came to you and said is we would take CDBG dollars for the next couple of years and use them to build new sidewalks in the core city to improve people's access to schools and work or wherever, bus stops, whatever. We had enough money in Bill C3 or Act to do a lot of housing rehab. So folks shifted the housing rehab to the ACT money, and now we're doing, a couple of years of sidewalks to make up for the 108 loan that we couldn't do.
Okay, because I know that there are, especially seniors who are on a limited income who have tried to access some kind of assistance.
Yes,
with-
ma'am. You also put money in the budget that Public Works has to be able to assist those
Okay, so
individuals.
that is something that's
Yes,
being
ma'am.
addressed
That's
then?
part of the CIP.
Okay, all right, very good. So you anticipate having this gap every year then, is that correct?
What gap are you speaking?
Well, the difference between the
Oh,
278.
no. You actually awarded the contract a couple of meetings ago, and we're getting ready. We'll be starting construction on these sidewalks.
Right.
Very shortly. So we'll spend that money in a hurry when we start building sidewalks.
Okay, but I guess I thought I heard that it would be recurring, that this would be something that would be an annual?
We will come back to you every year when you do the annual, is it the action plan where you adopt a budget? And then you'll be able to make that decision as a council about where we put the dollars.
So it just depends on how much money is, I mean, if everything is taken from the resources that are available and that's depleted, then you just don't have money
Yes,
left
ma'am.
over for the, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you for answering the question.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other council members have a question? I had a question. I appreciate the presentation and the community development block grant. Is there any, from the federal side, as far as CDBG for 2026, is there any clawback from the federal government?
No, we're actually receiving more funding than last year.
Okay. Add to what tune? What's the amount on?
If I'm not mistaken, it looks like we will be receiving around $459,000.
Okay. And then as far as the process of how this money's allocated, their process, again, will start here in January, and then there'll be a presentation as far as proceeding for 2026, right? Or is that what we already discussed in our budget for 2026?
So we've already allocated funds for certain things in the annual action plan to move forward. I will be bringing back to council in July, again, another annual action plan to prepare and let you guys know exactly what we plan to fund. And that at that point, you guys will be able to make your decision.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Let's see, since this is a public hearing, is anybody else signed up online or in the council's chamber?
I believe we don't have any electronic or written comments.
Okay, all right. We'll now close the public hearing and the motion is second to adopt resolution 2025-141. Councilmember Kim,
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
All right. Motion on the floor is to adopt resolution 2025-141. We'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Resolution 2025-141, a resolution authorizing the submission of the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, CAPER, for the 2024 Community Development Block Grant Program year. Your vote is now open.
All right, that passes 7 yeses and 2 excused absences. Okay, up next, administrative council business. Do any council members have administrative council business item? Councilmember Ford.
I would like to make a motion to instruct the city attorney's office to obtain a third-party investigator to investigate the allegations only on the remaining council member and provide council a consolidated report and summary as set forth in CP 25 for council's further consideration.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to just touch base on, this is a sensitive topic, and there's a lot of things that will be discussed during the due process hearing. But I do want to just put out a word of just encouragement. Anytime you take a step to identify and rectify and take a risk to go out there and put together the policy that felt there's something that was happening or something that was wrongdoing, it's never an easy task. So there's a lot of courage that went behind this process and a lot of thoughtfulness and a lot of consideration. And so I want to make sure I acknowledge that. I do believe in due process, so I'm excited to see and look forward to seeing the results of the report so that we can take the appropriate actions as necessary.
Councilmember Douglas, did you have something on a different item? You had pushed your button earlier.
No, that was for something else.
Okay, thank you. Okay, since I don't have that motion in front of me, Councilmember Ford, please repeat your motion.
The motion was to instruct the city attorney's office to obtain a third-party investigator, A, to investigate the allegations only on the remaining council member, and B, provide council a consolidated report and summary as set forth in Council Policy 25 for council's further consideration.
Great, thank you. Okay, I ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is now open. Mayor, Pro Tem Noble, how do you vote?
Okay, that passes 5-2. All right. Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you. So in recognizing the passing of Guillermo Serna, I would, and his contributions to this community, I would like to make a motion that we send flowers to the memorial service. The information on doing so is on the obituary site, and the memorial service will be Wednesday, starting with a viewing at 9:30, rosary at 10, and then a mass to follow at 10:30. And I would very much appreciate a second on that.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Thank you, Councilmember Douglas. Could you repeat your request?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we send a memorial bouquet of flowers for the city in appreciation of Guillermo Serna's contributions to our Commerce City community.
Thank you. All right, take a roll call vote.
Your vote is now open.
Okay, and it passes with 7 yeses and 2 excused absences.
Okay.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, thank you. Also, I would ask, and we'd like to make a motion that we put together a statement of acknowledgement of Senator Faith Winter's public service to our state and our community. I got to the honor of meeting Faith just as she got out of college. And we worked together on different committees for housing and for Adams County. And then after that, I got the pleasure of congratulating her for getting on the Westminster City Council. And I was so excited to be able to do that because I recognized her leadership from an early on stage of her life. And her contributions to this state, this community are to be honored and recognized. She was always for the working people and fought hard for family leave, recognized that there needs to be more of a work-life balance. And for the climate, she was fierce. And she recognized the fact that we are in a state of crisis when it comes to the climate, fought very hard for that. And very sorrowful in her passing. At such a young age, she has so much more to contribute. But offer condolences to her family, her young kids, her fiance, and his young children. They were planning on making a family, but that didn't get to happen. So with that, I'd like to make that motion.
Okay, motion. Need a second? Motion. Repeat your motion, Councilmember Douglas.
I would like for the city to issue some kind of statement of acknowledgement of Senator Faith Winter's public service to our state and our community.
Thank you. Need a second, Councilmember Kim?
I'll second that one.
Okay, any discussion? All right. You ready for the vote? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
You know, I do want to note one other thing about Senator Winters, which is really pretty impressive as well, is that she was the founding director of Emerge, which encouraged women and helped women run for office. And this incoming city council will actually have more women on it than my previous city councils. I've served with 3 other women at times during the 6 years I've been on city council. However, we will now be 5 as of December 8th. So it's people like Senator Winters who encourage women to participate and to take leadership roles who are to be commended as well. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. All right.
Your vote is now open.
Yeah, passes 7 yeses and 2 excused absence. Any other council members? Administrative business? Around to report, City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Given that we had a short week, I will keep ourselves pretty focused on some project updates, particularly wanting to talk about the traffic signals at 105th, 117th, and Heartland. At 105th, the poles are anticipated to arrive by the end of next week, if not sooner, with construction to begin in January after the holidays, with a goal of completion within the next 70 days. Which is weather dependent. With 117th in Chambers, we are continuing to finalize the design. When I say we, this is including United Power. United Power is finalizing the design for powering the signals. It is our intention to then be able to take that design out on bid. We will then add the finalized plans from United Power for our vendor or contractor to understand the full scope of what it would be required to then be able to construct and then be able to electrify that signal for use. Heartland, we are hoping to be able to have the bid out for being able to secure or solicit a contractor for, once again, construction of that traffic signal. What we've seen and what we have driven as far as part of our RFB or RFP process, request for procurement requests or for proposal request for bid, we estimate spend around 3 weeks of going out, searching for the right vendor contractor, and then taking another 3 weeks to get through the process of selection. Why I say that's important is that, you know, we try to control the things that we can under our scope and abilities. Once again, the process of solicitation, selection, entering into contract negotiations. But for these three traffic signals at large, and what we're hearing as the quoted industry standard is that the poles are taking significant lead times to be able to be delivered to not just us, but to a number of municipalities across the nation. And that estimate that we're getting is somewhere between 6 weeks and 10 weeks. The poles that we're receiving for 105th, just to put that in a scale, when we were able to get under contract because the dollar amount exceeded my authority, spent 8 weeks for it to be delivered. So, you know, we hope for the best. We have identified desired timelines in which, once they are received, that we want to see delivered. Once again, that 60 to 70 day of completion. And then, you know, a lot of that lead time also, you know, bears on, it's not a cut and paste when it comes to the design of these temporary traffic signals. You have to look at the geometrics. You have to look at the various improvements. Are there going to be turn lane movements? Are there going to be the need for additional right-of-way in order to drop a potential pole because of existing utility or various easements, and or the need for word placement of being able to electrify? So the design work takes quite a bit of time as well, but we are able to leverage existing master service arrangements or agreements that allowed for us to cut 60 to 90 days out of the process. So we continue to push. We're looking forward to seeing these three traffic signals come online sometime within Q1 and Q2 of 2026. And we will be a little bit more due diligent on getting that communication out broadly to the community, which leads me to our next, what you'll say is it sees a change of a community appearance around the wayfinding signage. We are nearing completion of that request for bid. We have gone through the design process. I think for scale and scope, we're talking about 129 signs citywide that we had to go through the design process and either securing the necessary approvals, either it being CDOT or others, in the placement of those signs. We intend to start the construction after fabrication, which we hope to be able to be within the next 30 to 60 days, that it will be built out in 3 phases. So this will be another thing that we'll continue to push out to the community. And once we start to see the changeover to our new design that we brought forward to you all at the end of 2024, we'll start to see some of that delivery once again in Q1 and Q2 of 2026. I want to take a quick moment to address some of the comments that I heard during public comment around drones and just ensure that there's some facts around the usage of that drone program. I would say right now we have currently 4 real-time crime center techs that are going through training. And once they are certified to be able to fly drones, that will be one of their primary responsibilities. Right now we have 6 authorized as far as our general police force that are able to fly drones, and we have used those drones on priority 1, 2, and 3 calls. So it has just not been for our priority ones. I shared with you all, not at a long too distant meeting around using it for motorbikes and ATVs in the Reunion area, that we were able to utilize drones as part of that. That would be considered a priority 3 or 9 call. And then lastly but not least, we're going to be kicking off the 68th Avenue project with respect to multimodal improvements. As part of that multimodal improvements, we're also going to be looking at drainage along 68th as potentially well along that corner, and then somewhat south of that intersection of 68th and Colorado, along some of these affected areas that we're hearing from residents. So there is activity there is going to be process made in thinking about what solutions can be determined to help some of those residents around those drainage issues.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. I appreciate the update about 68th Avenue and the drones. However, when we can give an update like that while the person is here, the downside is here we are at the end of our meeting. This was the same thing we hear every Monday night. It'd be nice if the residents watching and the residents in the room could hear exactly what's going on, because all we hear is over and over and over, the city's not doing anything. And apparently the city is doing something, and it's perceived that way until the end of the meeting when we get an update. I'm one of 9 members that sit up here, and we hear the same thing every Monday night. Nothing's happening. I know that you are working on it. I would really like to know what some of the other residents in the area think, because we haven't heard from any except the 2. So have you done any type of surveys in that area?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Ford. Yes, we have. It was a spot survey. We did send our community response team out 2 weeks ago, actually on November 6th. I sent to this council an email with respect to that community response team. And generally speaking, for those who are listening at home, our community response team is a collection of personnel from Public Works, our community well-being, our police department, as well as our code enforcement. And they will go canvass, walk that neighborhood to identify whether are there violations within our public rights-of-way, violations on private property, and or try to address responses of our unhoused community and trying to provide services. On November 6th, when we were out canvassing the Adams Heights and Adams City neighborhoods collectively, they did what I would call an ad hoc knock and talk of 25 homes. Only 5 responded, and of those 5, generally speaking, there are always opportunities for continued police improvement or around engaging on speeding within the neighborhoods. We did not necessarily hear about large vehicles. We did not necessarily hear about the drainage aspects, and generally speaking, that we were meeting certain level of expectations about responsiveness from the public works, from our unhoused, and on general aspects of things around our public safety. So once again, it's a small subset, nothing that I would say I could extrapolate to much bigger, but we knocked on 25 homes. We had 5 participants. Those 5 were very forward in sharing their thoughts. I've been able to get with our police chief on thinking about the speeding activities in and around that. But also, we also are hearing that we are being responsive to their needs.
Thank you. I just, it seems like it's one-sided at the beginning of the meeting. It's great to have an update like this. I won't be here, but I hope that someone on the council at the next meeting, when we have that kind of citizen communication, that they ask to have you give a report on what's going on in that area so that you can defend yourself a little bit.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. Kind of in the same vein. Thank you for the report and update on the lights or on the lights and explaining the totality and the complexity of them. As we all know, we hear from our residents, we want things to happen pretty quickly. But from what you explained, that this is still fairly quickly in the sense of what you had to go through as a city to look at the scope, look at the actual street length, and then look at the providers and be able to get the poles here in a timely manner. I'm looking forward to, like many residents are looking forward to having those lights installed, and I appreciate you and your team pushing through the procurement process and the process overall to get this going probably early Q1 next year. The other piece is that I appreciate the wayfinding signs update. When you think about the scope, we approved this concept of wayfinding about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago. And tonight, you really help provide the scope of 129 signs in different parts of our city that require different oversight from CDOT to ourselves to other parts of our city. It takes time, you know, and as a resident, I know, and as a city council member, I'm excited about is these wayfinding signs are going to give us the opportunity to rebrand and re-show our city. You know, I wish it could be shorter, but as you explained it, 129 signs across the city with different jurisdictions, it's going to take a little time to make sure we do it right. And I think what I appreciate about the update is that it makes sure it's quality, right? They're not going to be these temporary things that we just put up that we have to bring down later on, but time takes a little quality. And again, I appreciate both of the updates on the temporary lights as well as the signs for the Wayfinder. This is stuff that is in motion. Things are happening across our city, and I appreciate the update.
City Manager Rogers.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Dukes. And I think, you know, as we think about some of these projects, you know, traffic signals are something that are, I think, quick wins for the community to see that their concerns and their issues are being heard and that we are taking action to work towards those, similarly to the wayfinding signage from a community appearance and a reputation and improving that, not just within the city, but more regionally as well. I think one of the things now that since we have a top-notch team with respect to our community vitality is how do we, you know, communicate those milestones? How do we push that information out more broadly and proactively to our community so that they can also be, you know, be kept in the loop, be excited about, you know, the different milestones and champion those and cherish. So that's one thing that we're going to be looking at internally and about how we think about that on our various projects through this year and leading up into other years about really cementing what's happening to the benefit of those that we serve.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. It was some time ago that I had brought forward the need for a sign at 105th because constituents had expressed concern and had been in accidents there several times. Are you going to be doing 105th Heartland and 117th all at the same time? Or will 105th be done first because of its the length of time we've been waiting for it?
So the timing in which how these were brought forward and obviously the analysis that we conducted, it's just going to happen sequentially as 105th, just because we had made that determination that it had met updated warrant requirements, so we could push forward and be able to do so. And we were able to work through the design of that aspect because obviously it came before. With 117th and Heartland, I would assume if we are able to get those out onto the street and are utilizing the same vendor for that request for bid, can't make any promises because we have a competitive process that we undertake. I would assume that you will see Heartland and 117th delivered in and around the same period of time or quarter, just because they're at the same stage of the design aspect of the project.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Rogers. I'm sorry about that. You probably answered the question on 105th. So 105th is a temporary light, correct? It's not going to be permanent because of maybe the potential start and build out of 106 behind King Soopers?
So 105th is a temporary traffic signal, a temporary wire span. Same thing for Heartland as well as 117th. 117th, to take that back, we may be able to design that as a full-on traffic signal because I believe that's been widened to the necessary section as opposed to the section between 105th to 116th, which is why we're moving forward with a temporary traffic signal, temporary traffic wire signal due to that we haven't fully designed and or built out that improvement of the chambers widening. Now, once again, you all as council can make a policy decision on whether or not that widening occurs, to which then would allow for us to take other steps after that temporary establishment of the traffic signal. But as we understand it today, and as we understand the widening project has not been, the funding has not been shifted away. We've not been told from a policy perspective not to do it. We're taking a very measured and pragmatic approach to that, but it will function and operate as though it was a permanent signal for those that will traverse Chambers Road.
Okay, I appreciate that. I know it was a few years back, the neighborhood, was it Buffalo East and West? They had approved funding for that intersection. Are they contributing any funds towards that?
I can't speak off the top of my head if they are or they're not. We'd have to look at the various development agreements to see if they've met any of those requirements, or if those requirements have been satisfied in other forms. So I can't speak to that without some additional due diligence, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Okay, City Attorney Zarzaki.
No update, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, any council members have reports? Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. I just wanted to report on the fact that I had coffee with Suncor a week ago Friday and expressed my gratitude for their generous donation towards the ice skating rink.
Okay, Councilmember Teeter.
I think we forgot to approve the consent agenda. I don't think we voted on it.
We approved, we had one item taken off.
Right, we approved to take one item off, but we never did approve.
We approved it
The two
first
that
and then
was
we came
left.
back to her.
Are you sure? Okay.
City Clerk? Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. We didn't have a meeting last Monday, so that means this is for the week before. I attended the AdCog meeting, Adams County Council of Governments meeting, for a brief period of time. City Manager Rogers was at the same meeting. There were very few council members who came. The city manager, the new city manager of Thornton, I think, or Westminster, I can't remember which she was with, but she said, yes, it's supposed to be for city council also, but there were only two of us there. It was definitely a city manager kind of meeting. So since Mr. Rogers was there, it made perfect sense for him to remain, and that gave me the opportunity to go to the boards and commissions dinner, where we had the opportunity to thank all of the volunteers who devote so much of their time and treasure and expertise to helping us achieve our motto, quality community for a lifetime. I'd like to also especially thank Kim Adame, who did a fabulous job with the dinner, and emceeing, I might add. She is gifted in that area. So we'll have her do that in the future. And I also attended the Friends of the Front Range Refuges. Needless to say, they have had some money issues because of the government shutdown that occurred. They did do some fundraising during that time, and happily they have been having a very positive fundraising year. But at least the arsenal is up and running again, and everything is working just fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to get a quick report out. I was able to attend the NLC, National League of Cities City Summit in Salt Lake City. Wow, that was a lot. And I was able to attend it with Mayor Douglas and Councilmember Teeter, as well as Councilmember Douglas. This was a great event, and it was 3 days that were just powerful event at the City Summit. And I'll give a quick report out on what I learned on these 3 days. The first day really focused on infrastructure and as well as well-being. I learned that as a city, we do have a partnership with the National League of Cities to look at our well-being index and how do we think about the city as a well-being, and it's led by Jim and the team about what does it look like to really look at a city, not just for specific, saying no to specific causes, but rather look at us in a totality and a whole, a well-being in terms of access to transportation, access to well-being, access to trails, and then also economic development is a part of that well-being index. And so I'm excited to hear and learn more about our city as we go through that process. The other piece around infrastructure, as we all know, there's funding challenges across the nation from the federal, from the state, and also local level around how do we fund infrastructure. And so there's a lot of conversations on day one about that with streets, roads, and sidewalks. This is something that I hope our residents hear and understand that we're trying to work through these challenges that as Commerce City, we are relying on outside funding to fund a number of our infrastructure needs, which is separate from transportation. But as we think about advocating for infrastructure, this is something we'll continue to advocate. Day two really talked about the idea of centering around bridging divides, leading with courage, empathy, and humility. This was a number of panels, a number of discussions around how we show up as leaders. In this day and age, the political divide is really polarizing. And so as we talk and as we lead, as we bring together motions and bring together policy ideas, it's important for us to continue to work together and talk through, not through attacks for one another, but talk through policy discussions. And it's okay to, and we always talk about this on the dais, it's okay to attack the policy versus the person, is something we'll continue to do as we move forward as a council. And then the last day, day three, there was a number of sessions that talked about the labor market, smart growth, as well as the disruption of AI, artificial intelligence. Disruption is a good thing and a bad thing as we think about how we use it as a city, how other cities use it as a nation. And as far as the labor market, how do we begin to have access for our residents to enter the labor market and be able to have high paid or high livable wage jobs? And one thing that's near and dear to me is around how do we begin to look at our workforce pipeline in Commerce City now that we've had this opportunity to update our economic development plan. We have a strategic plan there. We've updated our incentive packages and more modernized, so we're going to have more commercial opportunities. And then we looked at our comprehensive plan as well as our Parks and Rec plan as well. So we have a foundation in place for us to start thinking about how we build a city. But one thing that we wanted to address is that if we create a quality community for a foundation, we have to have people want to live and work here and jobs that are going to help residents stay here. And so this is something I want to continue to work on and talk through so that they can have access to the parks, the commercial, the retail, everything that is a way to prevent displacement that is caused by some gentrification. So I think workforce is going to be a big piece. Just lastly, as I summarize all 3 days, this is in Salt Lake City, and Salt Lake City is a beautiful city, and I think they've done a great job at hosting. Next year it'll be in another city, and they host across the nation. But when I walk around Salt Lake City and I walk around the area, I can't forget, and I can't. It's just amazing how Commerce City is. When you look at these other cities and you think about what we have to offer, all the assets we have, whether it's Salt Lake City or Denver or Aurora, we are here to compete. We have one of the most beautiful cities in the nation, and I stand by that, and I continue to want to look at our assets as something that we want to highlight a little bit more. But ultimately, the strong cities invest in people, we build trust, and then strong cities prepare for a future with intention. And so those are the big things I learned from National League of Cities and Salt Lake City.
Thank you. Are any other council members have reports? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I was also honored to be able to attend the National League of Cities Conference in Salt Lake. I took so much away from it, but the most special part of the whole trip was to be able to spend so much time with our youth commission members this year. And this year we just had the opportunity to spend much more time together than we had in the past. And to see these outstanding young people and how engaged they were and how committed they were to representing our city just blew me away. They're representing our city, but at the same time, I look at them as individuals and how much they have grown over the years, and seeing them to excel in believing in themselves. And that's because of the opportunities that this city has given them. And I just want to commend city staff, council, everyone for supporting our youth and encouraging them and empowering them as much as we have. One of the things that I did was to take a tour, and it was called What's at Stake for the Great Salt Lake. One of the reoccurring messages that I got from this conference is that we have limited resources, and we better start taking care of our land and our air, all of it, our water, especially our water. We are using our resources on things that are enriching the very wealthy rather than taking care of the daily needs of people to survive. And there was an Indigenous speaker by the name of Darren Perry, is also an author. And it's just a reminder that our resources are finite. And so how we use them with the next 7 generations in mind is very, it's not just important, it's crucial. And we've got to think of those kids who are with, the students who were with us on the trip. What are their futures going to be like? The other sessions that I attended had a lot to do with after-school programs, creating employment opportunities for the next generation. And so this trip was really special to me, very special. I got to interact with council people from neighboring towns, and we've really got to work on economic development here, or we are going to turn into a bedroom community. It's quite evident how the home building industry has really had a great influence on what's happening in our city moving forward. And if we don't find some kind of balance, we are going to be that bedroom community with all of our economic opportunities going outside of the city. When I hear of plans for things that we could have that are going elsewhere, it literally breaks my heart. And so I was very glad that I got to go on this trip. I appreciate it, and I definitely appreciate my time here on council, because I can tell you the education that I got serving is the most invaluable thing that I could ever have in my lifetime. And I can certainly use that going forward. I don't know what the future holds, but I can tell you that this experience has been amazing. I appreciate the opportunity that I had to attend the conference in Salt Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. Just the only thing I had to report out is I attended the Boards and Commission dinner. Kick-ass to Kim Adami, who got that put together, and obviously had to run through some challenges. Essentially, was able to get around those challenges pretty quickly. So, really appreciate everything that she did and put together for the Boards and Commission dinner. A lot of the folks out there who did attend had a great time as well. And finally, I just want to say, appreciate the staff, appreciate everything they've done. This goes from everywhere from Public Works to the city attorney's office, city manager's office. I mean, just all around the staff all together. So appreciate everything you guys have done. I've been on this council now for 3 years, and I see the level of professionalism and the level of basically asking, the team to step up based off of what our city manager. So, thank you.
All right. Yes, I want to thank our citizens as well for allowing us to go to Salt Lake for the City Summit in Salt Lake City. Very eye-opening to see a city. I'd say I equate Salt Lake City to Grand Junction. How you go to Grand Junction, elevation is here like it is here in the Durham metro area, but you're surrounded by mountains, mountain peaks. So there's a lot to do as far as adventure and all, but Salt Lake City also relies on the Great Salt Lakes. They rely on the Great Salt Lake for the lake effect for ski season to extend it 5 to 7 weeks out. And the bad thing is that water is being depleted. And as far as maintaining a certain level, that's also a challenge because of all the different minerals that end up being in the dry bed area. So what they do is when that area dries up, they go and excavate for those minerals. I used to go there, Utah, to visit my great uncle and aunt, and used to go out to Salt Lake and float in the water because of the salt brines. Come to find out that those little brine shrimps in there are also critical to the food source to migrating birds that come to that area. And they actually process those shrimp brine and for the brine flies as well to feed a huge portion of our food source around the world. And we are not the point here in Colorado as Salt Lake City is, or even Commerce City. When it comes to growth, they are tapped out with their water. So as far as growth coming in for housing, they are limited to what they can build and what they could sustain from the amount of water they already have under their waterway actions. I also attended the Department of Transportation on the federal side. We had an interesting conversation with Melanie Newman, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Intergovernmental Affairs. And as you know, there's some quite a bit of rules and regulations that comes with grants. That was brought up. There's probably about 50 to 70 cities in that room. That was the elephant in the room. She did speak about that and how easy it is to apply, but also the restrictions that are tied with it. It was kind of talked around, but not really put out there. And it kind of angered most of the cities that were there. You can imagine. Also attended the Rail Roundtable, which we have done in the past with Commerce City, with some sort of Bluetooth technology for the corridor of Highway 2. Because on Highway 2 we have silent crossings, but on Highway 85 we don't. And a lot of folks who live in the area on the east and west side of the corridor, 104th, 112th, 120th, sometimes, most of the times, depends on where the train stops, they get blockage. And there's a company called Oscoil, and I will give this information to the city manager and staff. Basically, they have developed Bluetooth technology by installing in poles in the area, like, I think it's like $500 to $1,000 each area. And it will notify the residents by using the Wave app, knowing how long a train's been on the tracks. It also is audio, also video. So it actually monitors activity in the area, so that can be sent back to Federal Rail as well, and just have a better communication. Now, I've been in the area twice so far, and I've seen the trains as far as going at the depot, they have decoupled at 112th, which doesn't occur all the time, because we did do efforts from years ago from the city council going to Washington DC and advocating for airline decouplers be put on the tracks, by the tracks, 104th and 112th. The problem is each time they decouple those trains, they have to have the conductors walk the whole entire line to make sure those cars, when they're put back together, that there's air in the line. And so that's why this is also an ask that there's 2 conductors to perform that. Now, my time's running out here, and I just want to extend as well that on Saturday was the annual business meeting where all the federal advocacy groups come together with their resolutions to pass. And there's never really been any kind of controversy on that Saturday, but there was around public safety. And the fact there wasn't a resolution that was put forward to protect people who are at place of worship, schools, government buildings, and also around information technology and communication with the flock cameras, giving information to ICE. And so that was taken back, that took back that whole committee. It's just like here we have we approve our consent agenda. This is what theirs would be. And then any resolutions that there's a conflict or they want to separate, they ask for those to be brought up separate. It ended up being like an hour and 15 minutes of discussion. I had to leave because I had a plane to catch at 6:05, but it was very controversial, those 2 items. So I was supposed to hear back here in a week or so how the outcome was, and then we'll report back. Thank you for allowing me to finish. And any other council members? Councilmember Teeter, do you have any reports?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay, on to an executive session. Tonight, we have 2 executive sessions that will ask for a motion and a vote for each session separately. I need a motion second to enter executive session of City Council pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4F and I, for discussion of personal matters specifically to conduct the annual performance review of the city attorney. Councilmember Teeter.
So move.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to enter into executive session of the City of Commerce City pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4F and I, for discussion of personal matters specifically to conduct the annual performance review of the city attorney. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is now open. We're going to reset that vote. Your vote is now open.
Thank you. Okay, that passes 7-2. Next one, I need a motion second to enter executive session of the City Council of Commerce City pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4F and I, for discussion of personal matters specifically to establish 2026 performance standards of the city manager. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
Any discussion? The motion on the floor is to enter executive session, City Council of Commerce City pursuant to CRS Section 246-402, parentheses 4F and I, for discussion of personal matters specific to conduct the yearly performance evaluation to establish 2026 performance standards to the city manager. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is now open.
Okay, that passes 7 with 2 excused absence. Before we go into executive session, I want to I need a motion to extend the meeting until 8:45. An extra 15 minutes? Well, it's 2 hours and 30 minutes.
We finish up at 10:30. 10:30 is our deal.
Right. 2 hours and 30 minutes. So it's 8:14 to 45. I'm just asking.
8:45?
I mean, 10:45, because it's 8:15 now.
We should be done way before that.
We should, I'm just asking, just in case. All right, we'll enter an executive session. Council will return from executive session to take action. The meeting broadcast and recording will remain up. The executive session is to last approximately 2 hours and 30 minutes. I don't think it's been too that long, but just in case people want to talk, I don't know.
I don't have one. Bye, humbug. I don't need one.
Yours is right there.
No, that's yours. That's yours. That's
mine.
yours. And
See,
then
you got one.
Yeah.
That's yours.
I don't want it. I don't care for them.
You know, there are a lot of them that grow in Florida.
Cats, yeah.
You have cats, don't you?
We have 2 cats and 2 dogs. You're unmuted. I'm expecting higher.
All right. Thank you very much. We're back in session.
Kim, we good?
She's great.
She's not ready. Kim's not ready.
I think it's the guy inside the little room. All right, thank you. Council has returned from executive session. I need a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2025-179. Councilmember Kim,
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Motion on the floor is to adopt Resolution 2025-179. Because there's a resolution was not included in the agenda packet, I will ask the clerk to read the resolution in full and take a roll call vote.
Resolution number 2025-179, a resolution approving 2026 performance standards and approving a salary increase for City Attorney Lee Zarzaki. Whereas the City Council adopted Resolution 2024-003, appointing Lee Zarzaki to the position of City Attorney effective February 15, 2024, and memorialized said employment by the employee agreement, Whereas City Council completed the City Attorney's 2025 performance evaluation and agrees to approve an increase in his annual salary base in the amount of $18,000 in the new total annual base salary of $271,000, and whereas the City Council and City Attorney have come to agreement to City Attorney's 2026 performance standards, which are attached hereto and labeled as Exhibit A. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Commerce City, Colorado as follows. Section 1, findings. The recital to this resolution are incorporated as findings of the City Council. This resolution is found to be necessary for the preservation of the public health, safety, and welfare in this public's interest. Section 2, salary increase. City Council hereby approves an increase in the City Attorney's annual base salary in the amount of $18,000 for a new total new annual base salary of $271,000, which shall be effective December 1, 2025. Section 3, 2026 performance standards. The City Attorney's performance standards for the 2025 evaluation period are hereby agreed upon and attached as Exhibit A. Resolved and passed on the first day of December 2025. Exhibit A, City Attorney Performance Standards. Leadership and vision, outcome 1. Description. Leads by example and models behavior rooted in ethics and integrity. Establishes a result-oriented vision and strategy for a city attorney's office that supports the overall goal of the organization, increases productiveness in the areas needed in most improvement, and identifies, evaluation, and implements measurement systems for current and future projects. Develops a high-performance team by establishing a spirit of cooperation and cohesion for achieving goals. Demonstrates agility and adaptability by quickly identifying solutions to potential political issues or internal/external forces that may influence or alter the organization's goals. Collaborates with the city council and city managers to achieve city council priorities by promoting and modeling team collaboration and removing barriers to productivity that may impede effective teaming with other city department in achieving such priorities. Empowering city attorney's office staff to make and own strategic decisions that align with achieving city council priorities, and knowing when to intervene and when to hold someone accountable who fails to effectively team with other city departments in achieving city council goals and priorities. Promotes and models excellent client service internally and externally by expressing disagreement constructively, IG, by emphasizing points of agreement, suggesting alternatives that may be acceptable to the team. Interacting professionally with clients and colleagues at all times and promptly responding to requests with accurately and a courteous demeanor. Demonstrates openness to new organization structure, procedures, and technology. Seeks formal and informal professional development opportunities for self. Measurement, council feedback, team feedback, department feedback, reports. Rating, weight 25%. Examples and comments. Talent management, outcome 2. Description, engages employment in achieving the city attorney's office mission statement, establishing high-quality relationship with employees and invest in each of them. Provides regular and meaningful feedback to employees by instituting regular check-ins with direct reports, creating a process for regular feedback, coaching, and career development for CAO staff members to maximize their probability for success and retention, and creating greater transparency around selections for assignments and awards. Understands individual strengths and stabilities and effectively places the right people in the right roles, while maximizing each employee's utilization and performance by distributing work assignments equitably. Effectively identifies and resolves team and/or individual performance-related issues or conflicts. Includes removing barriers that disproportionately impacts any employee's potential performance. Actively listens to employees, effectively understands, identifies, and analyzes what one is hearing in order to decide how to best respond. Clearly communicates with employees by overcoming psychological, physical, and somatic barriers in interactions with others, keeping on target and avoiding digressions, using persuasion effectively, and maintaining a climate mutual benefit and trust. Measurement, city council feedback, team feedback, department feedback reports. Rating, weight 20%, example and comments. Legal competence, outcome 3. Description, demonstrates general knowledge of a wide variety of municipal law areas, produces concise, cognate, and coherent written work product in final form to city council, city manager, and city departments, handles special projects as assigned by the city council. Transactional assignments, high-level understanding of the city charter, Commerce City revised municipal code, city policies, city contract provisions, and city procurement process, and effectively negotiates contracts, considers risks, and creatively drafts provisions to meet the needs of the city. Litigation assignments, able to strategize and direct the course of litigation in a cost-effective manner, advises the city regarding the settlement options, timely analyzes cases and strengths and weaknesses, meets all internal and external deadlines, produces well-reasoned, well-written, comprehensive, and persuasively pleadings, continually updates clients on case, includes the impact of new information and case tactics, thoroughly prepares witnesses for depositions, hearings, and trials, and oversees and advises outside counsel that may be hired for litigations. Measurement, city council feedback, team feedback, department feedback reports. Rating, weight 10%, examples and comments. Operation and administrative competence. Outcome 4. Description. Oversees and timely communicates / responds to city attorney's office business operations matters with the city, including reviewing and timely submitting the CAO's operational invoices, reviewing and timely submitting the CAO's legal bills, including requiring working attorneys to actively manage bills with outside legal counsel, requiring outside legal counsel to submit legal invoices on a regular basis and in accordance with the periods specified with their legal contract. Manages training opportunities across the CAO in accordance with the CAO's training budget, identifies approval and manages CLE, internal and external training and professional development opportunities, and approves and manages travel. Works with city leadership to identify solutions when processes break down between the CAO and client departments. Measurement, city council feedback, team feedback, department feedback reports. Rating, weight, 20%. Examples and comments. Investment and organization. Outcome 5. Description. Actively participates in and promotes city council priorities, holding forth solutions to the problems that impact the entire organization, and helps lead the effort to implement such solutions. Measurement. City council feedback, team feedback, department feedback, reports. Rating. Weight, 10%. Examples and comments. Your vote is now open.
Thank you. Okay, that passes 7 yeses and 2 excused absences. All right, up next, I need a motion and second to adopt Resolution 2025-180. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to adopt Resolution 2025-180. Because this resolution was not included in the agenda packet, I will ask the clerk to read the resolution in full and then take a roll call vote. Mm-hmm. 72.
Number 2025-180, a resolution adopting the 2026 performance metrics for City Manager Jason Rogers. Whereas the City Council adopted Resolution 2022-115, appointing Jason Rogers to the position of City Manager effective December 13, 2022, and memorialized said employment by the employee agreement appointing the City Manager for City of Commerce City, Colorado, the agreement. Whereas the City Council and City Manager have come to agreement on the City Manager's 2026 performance standards, which are attached hereto and labeled as Exhibit A. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council and the City of Commerce City, Colorado as following. Section 1, findings. The recitals of the resolution are incorporated as findings of the City Council. This resolution is found to be necessary for the preservation of public health, safety, welfare, and the public interest. Section 2, 2026 performance standards. The City Manager's performance standards for the 2026 evaluation period are hereby agreed upon and attached as Exhibit A. Resolved and passed first day of December 2025. 2026 final performance evaluation metrics. Checkpoints. Quarterly status updates to be provided to the City Council on the progress of each metric. Final status updates shall provide a way forward and included decision points for City Council if necessary. Metric evaluation period, January 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2026. Objective, propel the city's strategic vision forward. Deliverable/metric. Prepare and present a strategic plan update for adoption, aligning with enhancing the goal and vision set forth by the City Council for our community. Objective, ensure long-term financial sustainability. Deliverable/metric. Finalize and present the long-term financial plan showcasing critical findings, best practices, and strategic aimed at fiscal sustainability and guiding decision-making through the city. Number 3, objective, amend development regulations or processes to encourage private investment. Deliverable/metric. Prepare and present a citywide zoning map in aligned with the LDC, published a reduced development review timeline, and create an application submission/review schedule to increase speed to market. Number 4, objective, advance dependable infrastructure. Deliverable/metric, advance major CIP project for PD, e.g. Northern Range Substation, PRG, e.g. VRGC expansion, and PW, e.g. 96 widening, to the next phase of investment, construction, or completion. Number 5, objective, grow our economy by fostering innovation, attracting investments, and supporting local businesses through workforce development and economic policies. Deliverable/metric, prepare and present staff reports, including a workforce analysis, a retail node analysis and strategy, and industry cluster assessment in collaboration with regional partners. This report will synthesize the current market alongside 2024 Commerce City Comprehensive Plan and the Economic Development Strategic Plan. Number 6, objective, modernize and expand communications dedicated to being a trustworthy, transparent, efficient, and effective public organization. Deliverable/metric, prepare and present a unified communications strategy that defines a citywide approach to engagement, leveraging digital, social, and print media platforms to broaden access and build public trust. Number 7, objective, improve the delivery of public safety to keep Commerce City safe by optimizing recruitment and retention processes to increase staffing levels. Deliverable/metric, prepare and present a police recruitment plan showcasing targeted recruitment strategies, responsible budgeting practices, streamlined hiring timelines, outreach campaign, IG, partnering with community/educational institutions, community engagement and marketing, and longevity and retention succession planning. Number 8, objective, improve transportation safety and access. Deliverable/metric, implement safety and mobility improvements identified and budgeted for priority areas identified by the Safety Action Plan to enhance community safety. Number 9, objective, explore regional partnerships for collaboration service delivery. Deliverable/metric, collaborate with regional and state partners on shared priorities. This collaboration with partners, IG Adams County, Brighton, DR, COG, CDOT, will be defined through continued negotiations and priority alignment on 1, regional infrastructures, IG US 85/120, I-270 Brighton Road, 2, homelessness responsive, IG deployment of support and safety net services and shelter coordination, and 3, economic marketing development, IG participation at Aerotropolis Regional Airport Committee, DR COG Comprehensive ED Strategy, CEDS Committee. Number 10, objective, improve data transparency and accessible related to unhoused population. Deliverable/metric, implement a homelessness resource dashboard with real-time information and visualization tools about cleanup activities, enforcement schedules, and demographic trends among the unhoused population and prohibition of shopping carts. Your vote is now open.
Okay, that passes 7-2. Thank you very much for reading all those resolutions. The time is 10:19. Seeing no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
Great job, Kim.